It would really be nice if Windows didn't change my inputs after a restart. Anyway, hello everybody. Hope you're all having a good Sunday. Whether it be morning, afternoon, evening, or night, or for some people it would even be the next day if you're watching that far afield across the world. Anyway, that's already reminded me I need to check something, because this always happens. No. Use the thing that I've got set as the default input. Bloody machine. Oh, we're Microsoft. We're going to make it that your updates will always change the settings that you've set up as default whenever there's any sort of update. Anyway, wait for a few more. Jump in. No idea what in particular is our usual fare of, I don't know what I'm going to work on, I'm just going to randomly roll and decide from there. There's the bolt. There's the die. But yeah, wait for a couple more people to get in before I start rolling. Brain. What is brain? A very quivering yawn there. I need something to wake my brain up before we get underway. Anyone got any suggestions for a silly song that'll help wake up my brain? Feel free to throw them at me. Really have a nap before I do streams. Ba-da-ba-da. I don't even know right now. My brain is just. I need something to wake my brain up. No, screw it. We're gonna release the Kraken.
King Danny, the realm is under attack.
My God, the day has finally come.
It is time to release the Kraken!
Look in the distance, beyond the castle gates, the armies of the damned have come. On the horizon, they gather beneath the blood-red sun, the blood-red sun. 1,000 warriors, demons and orcs, charging like a tornado. But they will never know that their death awaits.
Something supremely appreciable just about all the animation going on here.
Hey guys. The toilet of the Iron Bell. Release the Kraken. I'm the Kraken. Rise above the depths of hell. Does anyone have a lozenge? Out on the battlefield, the armies collide, and hundreds die where they stand. In screaming agony, the shadow of war across the land, all across the land. Now let's end the fight. It's time to decide whose blood will finally be spilled. Our secret weapon.
Whenever it comes to videos like this, I'm always seeing if I can spot anything new.
The time is now. Go forth, Kraken! Leave nothing but corpses!
Release the Kraken. I'm in a song. A creature of satanic rage. Release the Kraken. Who wants sandwiches? Oh, sick bones, sunken cage.
I really need to look into more of their videos to figure out what that spaceship is all about.
Hey, look, I found a bell. Release the Kraken. Impervious to sun and moon. Release the Kraken. I've got a splinter. Doesn't come and blow below. Release the Kraken. Oops, I falled over. Ocean drone, his domain. Release the Kraken. Splishy splashy. The Harbinger will
Well, you did nothing. The war is lost. Thanks, Kraken.
You're welcome.
That succeeded in waking me up. I think if my brain's like this, I'm gonna need some music that helps. Let's see if there's any playlist. Point. Let's see if that. Yeah, this will work. This is. Because I'm thinking, I need something that's a bit more upbeat than the usual stuff. Because otherwise, I'm just going to be yawning all the time and falling into a soporific state. Alright, let's see. Sub articles. I did that up first because that always takes a. Well, probably getting faster as we're getting through more articles being taken off the stub list, slowly but surely. L. Right. Remember, let's have a look. What's your deal? Ah, right. You're Elgamina's grandmother. Can't remember. Is there anything? What do we have about Overdrum? I think Overdrum. Right. I'm a player in the overall politics of the Abyss. Overdrum is far less concerned with the matters of the blood war or bodily destruction, and far more inclined towards the affairs of spiritual corruption through sins of the flesh. Okay, so an incubus. Mental characteristics. Personal history. It is rumoured that Overdrum achieved his ascendancy to the status of Balor when he seduced the lady Stana Lagras and engineered installing their progeny as Lord of I think I might have to something like that. I think I'm gonna have to change that because if I can't pronounce it, I can't expect anyone else to be able to. Seduction of Lady Dana Lagras, subsequent installation of child upon the throne. The Overdrum's only notable achievement. That needs editing. Yeah, I'll quickly do that edit. failures and embarrassments, loss of control, his son, and the city of Coo-Coo-Ca-Choo as a consequence of the intervention of both the Wandering God and Damprai. In the face of this, Overdrum is widely regarded as an embarrassment to the Abyss in general, and those with any trace of his blood are often regarded as unworthy of their attention. That's going to make the politics of things rather interesting to consider. Yeah. Quatla. We'll change it to that, because otherwise Quatla. That's going to be far easier to say. Okay. Do I mean stewardship? one N. I need to do some updating now. I can't remember which continent it's on, so we'll find out together. Okay, so Beltros. There we go. Quequatla. That will make it far easier to say. Something that writers need to understand is if you're gonna have a place name, a made up place name, a made up race, or made up whatever, make it easily spread. Hey there, Harpy. How's it going? Hi there, Fenorio. That's perfectly fine. Lurking is always welcome. Oh, so what are the didactic tests? Fair enough, Blue Sub. I'll be happy to answer as many questions as I can. I'm admittedly not as experienced where 5th edition rules are concerned. I'm more first through to 3.5 oriented, but I do know a bit, and I can at least advise where the role-playing side of things is concerned and all that sort of thing. So if you do happen to have any questions, feel free to give a shout out. Give a shout. Holla. Whatever. Cool. Apparently I started stream and was already tired, so that's why I'm using a different music than usual to have something that's a bit more lively, but not super in your face lively. I'm gonna have to look this up. I think I know what you mean, but it's one of those things of brain not computing. This is good. It would be really nice if they just gave me I mean, if it's what I'm thinking of, yeah, we had those. I'm not that old. Can't type at the moment, apparently. I think it's more that they try to make these sorts of things that sound modern and new and fancy by giving them different names just to confuse people and make people like me go, what's that then? When it turns out it's just the same sorts of tests that we did when I was a kid. And I think it is a deliberate tactic to confuse people and make it harder for us to help each other. Maybe that's speaking a bit conspiratorially, but I wouldn't put it past just the general state of education these days. I'm someone who works in education, of course I'm going to be opinionated about this. It's spelled yeah, that certainly tracks. Just trying to make sure I've used the right word here. Nah, not quite. I'm not sure what it says. That started the stream in a bit of a I don't know what I'm gonna do, and then I just start reeling off stuff about this one particular character. I mean, we've gone from no words to 275. Actually, it'd probably be more like 18 words to 275. Uh, not sure what you mean by that, Harpy. What would disprove it? No, once the baby was born. That's interesting. Oh my. Ah, Duchamp. Of course he was a Dadaist. Hey there, Malcolm. How's it going? That's fair. It happens. Starting to realize that I might have an inclination towards writing really tough women. There's the ad break. turn on the light. Um. So, I probably wrote about almost 500 words. Just that. So that's why this has taken about an hour. There. Will come. That one. Ugh. Hey, what's this one about? That jogged my memory for so much. Followers of the Cult of the Crop. You have me very intrigued. So I'm trying to pass how Poshletni Boneni. Sorry if that was a horrible butchering. Would that be Choneni? Yeah, like I say, I'm sorry if that's a horrible butchering. Welcome in, Prof. Malicious, and might I say, all in good jest. So we've only worked on one article so far, but it went from being 18 words long to 513 words long. And that was all on the backstory of one particular historical figure. Apparently, I found myself very inspired with that one particular character. Maybe I was just thinking, well, kind of need to have a fair bit written because this is the grandmother of Elgamina. So maybe I was thinking, gotta get a good chunk up about her so that you know, that's fixed in. For the benefit of those not in our D&D campaign, Elgamina is just remembering the breakdown. So, we've just had her paternal grandmother written up, who was just a human, and her grandfather was a incubus, so that results in a cambion. So her father was a cambion, and her mother was the progeny of the avatar of one of the gods. And as a consequence, well, the party have been working with her to a certain extent, and as a consequence, she does have sort of minor demigod status and can be worshipped too for some lesser powers. In particular, there's a small group of druids who worship her. I mean, my most immediate inclination, based on your username, would be that you dressed up as Athena. Like I said, I was purely running on a, well, you have the username of Harpy, but specifically you have the name Owl, and Sova is another word for owl, and all that sort of thing. Which Greek god is associated with owls? At least, please correct me if I'm misremembering, but I seem to recall you saying that Sova means owl. Hey, I pay attention. Right. So this that can be moved over. Um, Trying to think what could be cool. Let's have a look. Time to panic. Gods of harvest. That's agriculture, harvest, that kind of thing. Okay, that's Norse. I mean, this is where we get into the curiosities of how much we have likely lost as a consequence of certain other religious conquests. Because some pagan religions, I'm just using that as the umbrella term in this context, because paganism is an actual religion and it's not automatically the non-modern religions, but some pagan religions we have lost a good 75% of our knowledge of how they actually worshipped and whether or not certain gods were actually a thing, i.e. the likes of Chernobog and Belobog. We don't know if they were actually worshipped because we lost so much knowledge that's because of historical religious conquests. Why it makes researching these sorts of gods so freaking difficult. List of Germanic deities. Well, the reason I'm going for that is because that is the root of Lauensal. I basically corrupted the German Lohensan, which I think means daffodil or something like that, and just did a point counterpoint with two villages, one called Uenzan, the other called Lauenzal. At least I think, as far as I know, that's not an actual. Ooh, let's have a look. Ooh, very nice. Really going for sort of kind of. Oh, that's fun. Definitely getting a sort of vibe of the Athenic statues. Right. I wanted a list of forgotten what they do, not what the fucking. Right. Yeah. Unfortunately, I mean, I'm surprised that you don't see examples of Gallic gods amongst Germanic gods as well. And let's have a look at them. Let's have a look at a world map. Well, map of Europe. I mean, we've got France and Germany right next to each other. So it's surprising that Germany didn't end up with a bit of bleed through there in terms of Gallic gods. And again, also. Yeah. List of agriculture. Oh, great Celtic. Okay, I'm going to change the music because it's been the same piece repeating. Let's have a look. Unknown number of Germanic gods and goddesses. Different gods would hold greater sway over different locations. In the breadth of ancient Germanic territories, there would be some pantheonic overlap. Germanic deities are known by one name in one culture and a different name in another. In the end, myths would refer to the same deity under two or more very different names. You can thank the natural evolution of ancient languages for that. Of course, Tacitus would turn up here. I suppose it would be Tacitus. Not sure. Depends when in the history of Latin he would come up. Ariasa, the Germanic goddess with great hair. Okay, that's all we have. Fun fact, Hariasa has only been attested once on a now lost stone found in Cologne. Well, here's an idea. Find the stone! Unless you mean lost in the it was destroyed sense. Oh, that just reminds me of so Warhammer 40k role-playing game, and this was set during the period of the heresy, so what results in everything being as bad as it is in the Imperium. And one of my friends was playing an Emperor's Children character. Now, Emperor's Children, they're known for being the pretty boys. They're all about perfection and, you know, looking the best and fighting the best, all that sort of thing. And the character she was playing, she decided to call L'Oreal Paris. So Harriassa may be a Valkyrie. There, we said it. We know that Harriassa's name is derived from the Old Norse Herja, which means to wage war. We also happen to know that Herja is the name of a Valkyrie attested in the... I don't know how to pronounce that letter. Okay. So that would be the Nafnathala of the Prose Edda. Valkyries are specifically Old Norse in origin. It is indeed Norse mythology where they are most frequently referenced. However, considering that Norse myth is a subsect of broader Germanic mythos, we cannot ignore the similarities between Herja and Harriassa. Well, we can, but why would we? I'm gonna need to refill in a moment. I'll just get to the end of this. The Valkyries were famous throughout the Viking Age as female spirits that would ferry away dead heroes to Odin's afterlife of Valhalla. Now, Harriassa could also just be a goddess with fantastic hair, a la Sith. Thanks to a lack of sources, we may never know. The two may very well be wholly unrelated. Yeah, they kind of do. And I will be right back. Oh yeah. Need to get back to my playthrough of Brutal Legend at some point. Alright. And Draudiga is a goddess who is only attested on the North Brabant stone, a 2nd century temple stone first uncovered in 1812. Based on the region, it is evident that... Wait a minute, 1812? I wonder if there's a reason it got uncovered. Based on the region, it is evident that Sandraudiga was worshipped amongst the Germanic Batavi or Texuandri peoples. She is implied to be a goddess of abundance, based on the cornucopia motifs found flanking the stone's inscription. The attested stone reads, Die Sandraudigae Cultores Templi, or to the goddess Sandraudiga and the worshippers of her temple. That sounds like a fun idea. So we had Sandraudiga and yeah, we'll go with that. Modify it slightly. Oh, God. Let us know when you do, because it's always great to see more of your art, Harpy. That sounds fun. With the gonna delete that. Hey, yeah. Welcome in, Lublin Can. Yeah, I take suggestions, questions. If there's something you want to throw out to me, by all means. One thing I will say is, because I'm actually planning on moving platforms in terms of where I'm writing everything up, most of it will be put into my notepad instead of the website proper, just so that it can all be there for me to come back to, and I can further flesh it out down the line. Yeah, welcome on in. Hope you enjoy your time here, and feel free to chat and tell us a bit about yourself, how you found this corner of chaos, and yeah, if you've got ideas, questions, whatever it happens to be, I'm happy to field them. Sorry, that's a very long and rambling way of saying yes. The overall belief is
Come up to the lab and see what's on the slab.
thanks for the follow. Yeah, always happy to help. Not gonna lie, that is actually why I quite like having a small community, because it means there can be much smoother and easier to keep up with the exchange of ideas. So yeah, what's the conundrum? Always happy to help. I realise that's a very clunky sentence, which I'll come back to down the line and sort it out and neaten it up. Anyway. My mouth. Legendary Black Belt. So that's clearly an item based off a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Let's have a look. party is level 20 and game style. Now seek. Oh, really old. Those Kingdom, Thieves Guild, Huge Merchant Guild, Extra Planar Allies, Force. Bolt will launch a series of 3 attacks versus heroes. Wave practically represents their minion. What would be good backgrounds for these waves? Okay. So Major Kingdom, Massive Thieves Guild, Huge Merchant Guild, and Planar Allies. Okay. So the first key question I've got to ask to follow that all up is how have this cult ended up with those particular people under their control? Because it's not easy, especially when it comes to a thieves guild. It's not easy getting them under their control. And there's the ad break. Brilliant timing ad break as always. Yeah, in case you missed that, I was just wondering, what's sort of the setup of how this cult has ended up getting these different groups under their control? Really dark corruption, powerful individuals able to them. Okay. Right, so they've got this background. Okay. My next question would be, are you aiming for these waves to be just outright fighting against them, or are you wanting them to be groups that the party can turn to their side? Oh yeah, nah. You don't want to do that. You want to be tricksy. That's the thing. Like, you're saying that the extra planar allies are forced into the alliance, so that could be an interesting start point to go with. That could be, I would say, that could be either the second or third wave of maybe one of those extra planar allies is ahead of one of the other groups, and it's through them, because at least by how you've written it, the implication is that they're under duress of being allied to this cult. So that could be a good inroad for sort of like getting around sorry, I'm struggling with my words here. But you could sort of wrangle it that because they've got these allies, but they're not necessarily willing allies. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. So they're a party of level 20s, so you can get funky. You can get really interesting with the sort of enemies that you throw at them. Okay, so that could be right. So they've got leverage on these powerful individuals. So I suppose, sorry, there's going to be a lot of me questioning to sort of get a good read on what you've got. So do you have a list in mind of the different extraplanar allies? Because what I'm thinking could be is they've gotten these allies and they've got leverage on them, so they're using that leverage to use them as extra ways of shoring up control of the Merchants Guild, the Kingdom, the Thieves Guild, that sort of thing. That's just me spitballing here. The other option is that sort of like squads from the other three are sent out and they're being led by these extraplanar allies. But there's so many. Like I would heavily recommend, because that's a very good springboard point. Because once you've got that down, what these allies are like, you can get a bit funky. Like, bear in mind that there are things like, there's a particular type of extraplanar creature that's, what are they called? They're basically like humanoid elephants. It's not the Luxodons. It's kind of similar. Maleficent. Yeah, it's not the Loxodons. It's it's kind of their name is literally a mashup of Mal and Elephant. Yeah, that's the ones. That one looks so derpy. And then you've got these ones that look absolutely badass. But yeah, I would encourage looking into stuff. Yeah, look into the really funky stuff when it comes to the stuff from Planescape and anything to do with the planes. There's a lot of very weird and wild things that you can find. Let's have a look. I mean, aside from the standard devils, demons, Yugoloth, and Geraleth, which are an interesting sort of subsect of neutral evil planar creatures. Let's see. The Canomorphs. Ah. Oh. I like where Malcolm is going with that. That's a good springboard there. And you can also, with that in turn can be a sort of, if you're aiming to do a bit of world building there, you can sort of tie that in, sort of like the particular negative trait that is amplified has associations with a certain type of demon, devil, Yugoloth, whatever it happens to be. I will say you could throw a dragon at them, but don't have it be a standard type. Ooh, demons or devils focused on corruption. So let's have. So different. Let's just have a look at the different types of devils. Oh, naff off. Yes, I know I'm using an ad block. It's because your ads are obstructive to actually reading any of your damned sites. I'm not switching it off. Alright. Well, apparently you've got a thing called a Brachina, or Brachina, I'm not sure how it would be pronounced, but commonly known as pleasure devils. Brachinas were seductive Bartazu that served as the tempters of virtuous divine agents, no matter their sex, unraveling their devotion before binding their souls through pacts of lust. Created from chosen Erinyes, gifted greater beauty and power, the souls they harvested were all the sweeter for their fall. So you've got those. You've got the basic Erinyes. Now there's a thing called a Volksagon, commonly known as Harvester Devils. Volksagons are insidious Bartazu that serve as the soul harvesters of hell, the legendary deceivers whose persuasive powers, tempting contracts, and iconic Faustian bargains reap bounties for Baator. Those of their coveted rank scour mortal lands, seeking to subvert ideals and corrupt its residents. I'd say that if you're looking for sort of soul corruptors and whatnot, you've got a good one there. I'm called the Crystal King. Yeah. Alright, I will... You... I think I know what I'm going... Right. Just gonna pop that in chat. Yeah, sometimes called hot. Yeah. If you've played Baldur's Gate 3, I can guarantee that you... if you've gotten to at least... Yeah, Chapter 2? Yeah, Chapter 2. Then you've encountered one of them. Yeah, so you will have encountered a Volksagon in that. No, I'm talking about the devil that keeps trying to get you to work with him. The one that's sort of like, oh, I can help you, and depending on your whim, obviously I'm playing a paladin in it, so I'm not going to go with his words. But yeah, that, I can't remember his name now. Really annoying, because if that had listed his name, I would have been sort of like, yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that he's actually meant to be a Volksagon. Or Falksagon. I don't know. Now there's a question. Let's see. Oh. Ambient Devil. Oh yeah, Mephistopheles is his dad. Oh, it's just everything presented by him and looking at the Volkswagen thing. I'm sort of like, that sounds like him. Ooh, yeah. I could definitely do that. No problem, always happy to help. And the thing is, because they're devils, and with how devils operate, they're generally very insidious and everything like that. You can have the sort of them insisting themselves upon the leadership and upper echelons of various groups and sub-factions and everything like that. Hey there, Heart of Mithril. How's it going? that's good progression going there. Okie dokie, Lublan. Hope you have a good sleep. Oh, before you do head off, you have a Discord. Obviously, no expectations. That's just the easiest way to keep up to date with when we go live and all that sort of thing. Anyway, hope you have a good rest. Indeed. So and so has gone live. They're not live yet. Yeah, they're still not live. 10 minutes later. Yeah, they're still not live. Twitch, what were you on about? Duh! Yeah, I've had that as well. Is that an owl with flaming eyes? Fair enough. I feel like that this is enough to be going on with for this magical item. There's a few of them in the world, and each one possibly has the spirit of a monk grandmaster living in them. And that's what gives them their power. Don't feel like we need to over-egg that. Close those for now. Versidue. Light wing shield. Let's see what that's all about. Ah, I'm gonna need to look that up. This is again. So, Niavos, I'm trying to remember which. So there's a country called Solarinia. And basically the name of it is the first two letters of each of the founding clans. Each of the founding clans' names. So it's... I don't... Hey there, Safachu. How's it going? So each of them are elementally based. So Sovos... Yeah. It's Sovos, Levos, Niavos, and Rivos. If I remember, I don't know why I'm trying to force myself to remember when I can just look at my campaign document. That's fair. So, yeah. Alright, yeah. Levos, levity, lifting, so they're the air elementalists. Niavos, navigation, orienteering, or that sort of thing, so that's earth elementalists. Rivos, river, water elementalists, and Sovos, soul, fire elementalists. I don't know why I ended up with Voss as the, all of them end with Voss. I don't know why that's a thing, but here we are. You have me intrigued. Have to look forward to that when the 31st of December comes around. Right. Lightwing Shield. What's your deal in Yu-Gi-Oh! Itself? Lightwing Shield, what do you do? I'm not going to allow ads. Right, when a monster's attack is negated. Okay, so... don't worry about it. I'm sure we can oh, I can't deny I'm very intrigued, but we shall have to be patient. Patience. And thanks for the hydrate. I'm not mad, Prof. Malicious. I'm just disappointed. Uh... Welcome back, Fenorio. There is actually, it is... Ooh, that's looking very nice. Hi there, Tirana. I was wondering when you'd get here. Yeah. We've got a memes and shenanigans channel. Fair enough. Hope you enjoyed your walk. Nah, no. I was just having a look over it. Ooh. Just realised I can add that in as... Alright. looking forward to it. Alright. Next, send it in a work. I'll probably tidy up that detailing, but it should hopefully be at least reasonably understandable that basically the wielder would have to sacrifice their turn, and then on the subsequent turn, not only do they, on a successful hit, not only do they do their own damage, but they also do the damage that they would have otherwise taken. I mean, when you really get down to it, it's all a matter of just learning from each other and practicing and expanding, and to use a phrase from my wrestling training, don't brace, embrace. What that means is things aren't necessarily going to work out how you might want them. Things aren't necessarily going to be good right off the bat. But as long as you embrace that fact, as long as you're committed to taking it on board and doing something with it, then you can move forward. You know, it's like when you're first doing your back bumps or any sort of bump, don't brace, you embrace. Because bracing means that you're not going to properly learn how to do it. You're just going to protect yourself in ways that ultimately don't protect yourself. That might seem a bit contradictory in terms, but It's all a matter of learning to work with it, not fight against it. That sounds really cool. Sorry, brain just went. Yeah, that sounds like a really cool idea. Lights waypoint. Honey Shriner. First of the Abrelain warning lights established in Seltros. Okay. So it's a big old lighthouse designed to always be lit. Okay. It's good. It shows it's good to be proud about the work that you create. I mean, this is the thing, I am proud of the community that we've fostered. I am proud of the different ideas that we have going hither and thither. I am proud of how talking all of this over with you guys has encouraged me to come up with more ideas, and you know, we've had some really cool ones go on all over the place. I realise that this session has been a bit of me just going off on one with a lot of these ideas. Like, I've suddenly got a surge of inspiration, but I feel like having you guys here and being able to just talk over my ideas, that's why I'm able to just get the ball rolling with a lot of these. I probably will end up writing a story about such a custodian. That's a sensible move. I mean, if you're finding this is part of the reason why, with my current campaign, even though it's been going on for over a decade at this point, I am considering doing it as a trilogy. But I'm thinking if it turns out that I don't have enough content for a trilogy, it might just end up being a duology. It entirely depends on how many ideas I can have for part 2. Well, it wouldn't start a war due to accident, but it would certainly... Oh, actually, You've just raised a very interesting question there. Because the Abrelain were the progenitors of races like Aboleth, Mind Flayers, Beholders... Yep. Basically all the really weird, funky creatures and sea creatures and all that. That's what the Abrelain are responsible for. Depending on how observant those races are, it could end up with a war because they might be going, wait, the lighthouses have gone out. Our masters have returned! To arms! That's fair. Convert that into I did look it up, don't... That wasn't me suddenly having a galaxy brain moment of, I know what this is immediately. I'm not that smart. I'm not... I'm not that good at maths. Hmm. Yeah. I'm trying to remember which book that's from. I do remember that particular story, but I'm blanking on which book it's in. Ah. I mean, I think that tends to be the thing with a lot of this sort of stuff. I mean, one film that I really enjoy is Bend It Like Beckham, and I really do not care for football. Yet something about that film really entertained me. I think it's just one of those things of, as long as it's got a engaging story, then it doesn't matter if you're not especially into the sport that's being presented. Ted Lasso. I recognise the title and I'm blanking. Fair enough. Thanks for the hydrate. Is it one of those series that you feel like it ended fine with just the 3 seasons for Norio? Master of Magic. Name rings a bell, but I don't think I've played it. This is where I have to check my I don't have it on Steam. Ah. If it's... Yeah, then I don't think I did play it. UK's, wasn't it? So secret edits are basically little tidbits that you can throw in, the sort of story hooks that you can potentially use for later down the line. Ah, no. I mean, you say it isn't geek, but how do you quantify what actually qualifies as being a geeky or nerdy interest, whatever term you apply? Like, what's the difference between someone wearing the jersey, someone wearing the sweater of their favourite football team, or someone wearing an anime t-shirt? In the grand scheme of things, what is the fundamental difference between the two? When you really think about it, the only actual difference is that one is seen as socially acceptable whilst the other isn't. I mean, on mean, on the face of it, okay, yeah, there is the sort of physical versus intellectual, but when you really get down to it, when you really think about it, sports does require a lot of thought. It does actually require a lot of, how am I thinking about how you're going to plan out everything. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's just tribalism, and one is seen as socially more acceptable than the other. Oh, don't get me wrong. I get where you're coming from. I'm acknowledging where you're coming from. I'm just saying that this is stuff that, well and truly needs to be left in the dust. Like, I'm not especially into... I don't really care for football, but that's because I don't care for football. It doesn't interest me. That is nothing to do with me being a geek. However, I am really into my wrestling, and, well, I'll put it as simply as this. There is the Venn diagram between wrestling fans and geeks is almost a complete circle. Yeah. Well, that's ultimately the problem. Is a lot of it is just this cycle of reacting to popular media. Yeah, Malcolm's hit it on the head. It's just different levels. That sounds fair. I definitely can understand that being a done thing. I just need to look at Isilda. Because, yeah, I haven't worked that out yet. I mean, when it comes to D&D, anything is possible, really. I mean, we have Spelljammer, which is D&D in space. And it's also the way that elves ended up on this particular world. So, if I wanted to, I could say that they were made by aliens. But we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. What about a film or TV series about aliens making pyramids? If that's what you're referring to, Tirana, then... Oh, about Spelljammer. Yeah. Well, the key... Here's the thing. Here's the key reason... Yeah, pyramids... The thing is, pyramids are one of those structures that is very easy to work out. This is where we get into the... We don't appreciate how smart humans are. Pyramids are one of the strongest structures for just piling rocks up on top of each other. Obviously, if they were able to shape rocks back then, they probably would have gone with hexagons, because hexagon is the bestagon. But when you're just piling rocks, then triangle. But yeah, I'd definitely be down for a series about Spelljammer. I think the thing is, what would need to happen first is establishing the other D&D settings, and then going from there. Because once you've got the other settings established, you can be sort of like, oh, they can fly to the other worlds. There is a means. You know, it's one of those things of you've got to lay the foundations, funnily enough, lay the foundations of what exists, and then it... Yeah, we've had Honor Among Thieves. So, Spelljammer. What Spelljammer is, it's Dungeons and Dragons in space. And all that entails. So, you have... In fact, give me a moment. I'll see if I can... Because I've got... Wait, no, I can... So... Spelljammer. So yeah, it's D&D in space, and you've got different sort of, some look fantastical, some are actual medieval ships and whatnot that have been magically infused to fly through space. can roll with that. Actually, you saying that, Mithril, you could very easily take the base model of you could take the base model of Farscape, because there are things like evil empires and whatnot in Spelljammer. Take that base model and apply it to Spelljammer. Yeah. You could legit... Like, thinking about it, if I was to run a Spelljammer campaign, I would do Farscape, because Farscape is basically Spelljammer. Granted, it's sci-fi instead of fantasy, but there is so much in it that is sort of like, you can go, oh yeah, I can find an analog in Spelljammer. Oh, that too. Yeah, you've got things like this. A galleon. It's just a galleon. Hammer ship, which... kind of 20,000 leagues under the sea. I would say that you could easily do... You could run either easily, because, as I say, there are sort of like evil empires. In fact, some very interesting evil empires that would be very akin to the Scarrans, only wolf people instead of lizard people, basically. That's ringing some bells. One moment. Oh. Well, that's terrifying. The Nabari were Chiana's race, weren't they? Yeah. I was always very fascinated with their whole deal, because there was so much... Thanks for the biz, Miss White Mage. Welcome on in. You've caught us just having a diversion, as we often do, talking about Spelljammer stuff and all that sort of thing. Helps if I can type. I'm doing alright. Bit up downy as of late because work's been a bit not especially forthcoming, so I'm having to really be careful with money at the moment. I'm going to be with my agent. I'm going to be sort of like, so what work have you got for me? Because I really need something. But otherwise, I'm doing all right. Thanks for the resubscription. I was a bit thrown because it's only just told me that you'd done, and it. Oh, okay. Apparently, I had more subscribers than I realised. I'm not complaining. It's just one of those. Wait, what? Of course, if people want to push this channel to other people and make it so that I don't need to work any longer, I'm not going to complain. Just means that I'd possibly need to be doing streaming more often than I do. Also, there is the whole I need to update my Ko-fi and all that, and be a bit more proactive with sharing it around different channels and whatnot. Because I do work for commission. Most of it's my bead artwork, but I do it. I have stress tested stuff, so if you want me to make you a little earring out of hammer beads, perler beads, whatever term you want to use. Oop. You're number one. Hey. Oh, thanks for the gift sub. This is why I make the joke of you payrolling me. You're always so generous with these things, and it always just makes me go, oh, that happened. Oof. Rarity. Okie dokie, enjoy your luck. We'll probably only be going for about 20 more minutes. Especially as I went to bed way too late last night. In fact, it was more going to bed this morning. It was 6 a.m. when I went to bed. Me and my mate got caught up watching American Horror Story, and we basically watched, like, I think it might have been like 8 episodes in a row. Maybe not that many, but it was quite a few. It was one of those cases of maybe I should say something, and then the other part going, but the story's getting really good. Oof. I don't know about you, but if I sleep for that long, I end up feeling even more tired. I don't really have much for this. If anyone's got any ideas for what could be notable about a sword that you can utilize the magic of to sacrifice the +1 saber, that if you successfully hit an opponent, you can opt to sacrifice the bonus to attack a second time. I know I need to clarify that. I'm just trying to think of how to clarify that. I mean, it's basically just a... So, if you were to sacrifice that bonus, it means that... there's an easy way to go about this. So, dice roller. Yeah, that's fine. That's why I'm explaining. So, you've got... We'll just ignore what it says at the moment. You've got this saber. Yeah, Malcolm's got it. So we've got this saber. Got a +1 bonus to hit. So what that means is, so let's say the enemy has an armor class of 15. So we need to roll a 15 or above to hit it. Let's say my character has a 15... I know I'm going with the number 15, but let's say my character has a 15 in strength. That means they have a base +2 to their to-hit roll. And then with the saber, if using it just as a +1 saber, that means I have a total of +3 to hit. So let's roll it. So I've got 15 exactly. But that means no matter what, no matter my bonuses, I would have hit that. that becomes an 18, but I can choose to sacrifice the +1 from the sword and instead try to hit the person a second time. I've still got my +2 from strength, but I don't have the +1 from the saber. So both of those attacks hit. Yeah, you would decide before rolling the dice. The other thing is that +1 confers to both to hit and damage. So if you're sacrificing the +1, you also don't get the +1 to your damage. So a saber is a d6 +1 normally, so in total it would be a d +2. But if you're sacrificing that +1, it stays d6 +1. And no need to apologise. How are you going to learn if you don't ask? I've been playing it for 25 years. I should be able to explain these things. So, you roll a d6. So the first one, I rolled a 4. If we were just doing the saber +1, so that becomes a 6 because it's a d6 +1, and then it's +1 on top of that. So, if we were sacrificing the +1, so Jesus Christ, in both cases it's a good roll and then best roll. So ultimately that, yeah, I know. But yeah, so basically, instead of having done 6 damage, I have ultimately done 12 damage. So that's the trade-off. I've sacrificed a better chance to hit for a higher average of damage. I'm going to There we go. Oh yeah, I'm gonna write a bit more about this guy because this guy is fun. An Arcanoloth? This is an Arcanoloth. Bugger off. This is an Arcanoloth. This is an Arcanoloth. These are Arcanoloths. This is Arcanoloth attack. But yeah, they're basically the merchants of the Yugoloths. Hence why Lin, the main guy of the Bazaar Bazaar, is an Arcanoloth. Yeah, very much so. It says here, known for their covetousness of information and arcane power, the Sly Fiends were the record keepers of the Ugoloths and scribes of Gehenna, managing transactions for services rendered in the Blood War. Arcanoloths were a relatively civilized breed of Ugoloth, possessing both keen minds and silvered tongues. They were business-minded and somewhat surly, but were generally truthful and had expertise in manipulation and diplomacy. Their kind had earned a negative reputation of being adulating, avaricious, and conniving in their dealings. It was true that they viewed all around them as stepping stones to reach the rank of Ultraloth. Unlike most Ugoloths, their greed manifested not as a thirst for wealth, but a hunger for the power found in knowledge and information. The easiest way to deal with them was to appeal to such greed, whether bluffing or being honest, hinting to them that one had access to esoteric knowledge without being specific. Yeah, we'll be. I've just noticed the time. Got so wrapped up in that. Yeah, we'll be finishing here. Just one. Well, we've gone from 48 to 223 words. I feel like that's a good round out. But yeah, you get some good rest, RP, and yeah, we did decently. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 articles. We got 7 articles fleshed out, and we did a bit of editing on an 8. I think that's really good going for us. And considering that first one is now 513 words, like, so what I'm doing, Mithril, is I can switch now. I've got this die that has letters on it. Come on, camera. And what I'll do is to decide what article letters to work on, I'll roll it during stream, and that's how we go about it. I've realised it's an easier way to go about things than trying to dedicate it's easier for my brain to do that than to go, oh, this stream is going to be about this subject, or it's going to be this letter, because I've found I get a bit of what's known as pathological demand avoidance, and that's basically you've told me to do the thing, now I don't want to do it. It's a bit more elaborate than that, but because it's, you can create pathological demand avoidance for yourself. But it can be things like when people pay you a compliment, and that can almost feel as demanding as a criticism. It's things like that. There's the ad break. Oof. Any particular reason why so shorter work week, or just it's that time of year for you? Ah, fair enough. Oh, hope you have a good. Hope everyone has a good rest of their week. Ah, oh, that sounds fun. You have to say about how revolt against Napoleonic invasion is celebrated. I'm always interested to hear about different cultures' celebrations and that sort of thing. Thank you all for joining me. Hope you have a good rest of your evening, or sleep well, or have a good rest of your day if it's that early for you. Oh, Mage, if you are still about, you were saying about talking about collab stream stuff this weekend. If you have the time, I will have the time to do it after stream. Obviously, no worries if not. But, we really need to get ourselves organised with that, but anyway. Actually, you know what? Seeing as Mage was so kind to us earlier, let's go raid her. Of course, this will probably mean she ends up raiding into her own channel, but it is what it is. Anyway, I will catch you all later. So Wednesday we've got more Beyond Good and Evil. I think it might be the last stream for that. We'll find out. And Thursday we'll be playing more Shardlight. I think that's also coming to a close. I have the extra sort of prologue story stuff downloaded, so we'll also be playing that on Thursday. So, a lot of fun stuff going on. I don't know how long it will take us. It might be that we start another game on Thursday. I'm not sure. I've never been in a position for that to happen to before. Let's find out. Anyway, I'll catch you all later. Good night, everybody.